Welcome to All Horse Racing All the Time. Travers Day today, the big crown jewel of the Saratoga meet. We'll be covering the Travers here. And I'm joined by guest analysts today. To my right, Parx racing official, John DaSilva. He wrote for the New York Post, the lead analyst for 19 years, giving us his selections for the NYRA circuit. New York's most read newspaper. And from there, he worked for a few years as the line maker at Parx. So when you're breaking out the daily racing form in the morning and you're playing Parx, opening odds you see there for Parx, John was making those lines, and now he is a racing official at Parx, and he's involved in the placing judge and that. Just a question, John, placing judge, do you have anything to do with the DQs or that? Takedowns or
only posting them where we're located at. We're right next to the stewards, so I get to hear the conversations. I get to hear all the lies that the jockeys give, all the excuses, why they shouldn't be DQ'd. And a lot of the times you do take it with a grain of salt because they say one thing, we're looking at it, it's like, really? Come on. We ain't that stupid. But no, that's the only thing I do is we just change the numbers on the board and on the screen. Other than that, we don't have nothing to do with taking down the horse.
Okay. What about a missing face in this race, Angel of Empire? I was kind of looking for the rematch with Forte, but I guess Cox is going to give this one a bit of a rest. And you're involved in the putting together these cards. Fantastic card Monday and Tuesday over at Parx, all the stakes races this week. And so you contact the owners, the trainers, you're involved, everybody on and off the field in racing on a personal level. And Brad Cox, any chance of coaxing Angel of Empire into the Pennsylvania Derby, or is this one going to be laid up for a while?
Zero chance. He's laid
Zero
up.
Chance.
Zero chance. I mean, after that last race, Brad knew that he needed a break. And this is a horse who's still developing. If you look at him, he really doesn't have speed. So he has to work hard to get to where he was. Look what he did last time. He worked hard, but then just hung. And after the campaign he had, he figures, let's put him aside, let him grow a little bit. But look, he's a Pennsylvania bred. We want him in the PA Derby because he's a hometown horse, basically, even though he's not based there. But Brad has so many choices. I mean, he could run so many horses in that spot. He's going to give him the time. And what's interesting is he won the Smarty Jones the past 2 years. He had a horse entered on Tuesday, but he didn't like what he saw in terms of field. It was, I guess, too good in this case that he decided to scratch him. He's going to point the horse to a grass race next time out, because he thinks that horse is going to be running on the grass. So I can understand that, no problem. He did consider another horse in the Smarty Jones, Slip Mahoney, but instead he sent the horse out to FanDuel, and he's going to be running in the St. Louis Derby this afternoon.
Wow. So you heard it here first, folks. And from a handicapping perspective, you've made the morning line for a few years, and that got to be one challenging job. But what word do you have to the handicappers out there? How much weight should they put into the morning line?
New York has one of the best morning line odds makers in David Aragona. No questions about it. He puts in his time. He handicaps as well. When he first started, it was a struggle. But the man has learned. He's adjusted. He's the best out there. He doesn't always let his handicapping affect what he does for the line, and that's a good thing, because when you're making the line, you're not picking who's going to win. You're handicapping the public. And with CAWs, with what's going on right now, that makes it even more difficult. But in a place like New York, we have so much money being bet into the pools, it's actually a little easier, because you might get those flashes, and it's going to take lots of money to get these odds to move at the end, especially in a race like the Travers. If it's a smaller race, like a maiden race or claiming race, where the pools aren't as big, you can manipulate the odds a little better. But these big races where everybody's betting into it, it's not going to be that bad.
Okay, thanks for that info there, John. And below here is Sopranos actor Robert Funaro. Many of you know him as Eugene Pontecorvo, seasons 3 to 6 on The Sopranos, and involved in some of the most shocking scenes and dramatic scenes during those years on The Sopranos. And before the breaking into your screen debut, getting involved on probably the biggest show on the planet, as to break your acting chops on television. What was that like to get a role in such a big show and then survive on the show for 3, 4, 5, and 6?
Terrifying.
Was it? I was going to ask you, did you feel pressure or,
At first, there's a lot of pressure when you're first starting. And as I said, I never really had worked professionally on a show such as Sopranos or in TV in a extensive way. So the pressure was on, but knowing Jimmy Gandolfini always helped, because he was helpful, especially in the beginning, working with him and showing me the ropes and, schooling me, so to say. And then by season 2 and then season 3, I was coming down. In 6 years it was on the show. I started in 2000. It took 6 years to do the 3 seasons. But I was the 3rd season, 6, Sopranos season 6. I was coming down the home stretch really strong. So it was a really good run for me. I finished strong, so that's important.
And you actually toured Scandinavia with James Gandolfini doing Streetcar Named Desire.
Maiden special weight. That was our maiden special weight race together. 3 months in Scandinavia. Yes, Alan.
So you got to work with him when he was brand new too, and it sounds like some experience.
That was our first professional job. We met together on Theater Row at the Lion Theater. That's where auditions were. That's when Theater Row was Theater Row. And now it's changed a lot, but that's where we met. And I met him sweating in the hallway. He was sweating in the hallway. And I said, this guy looks like Mitch from Streetcar. And he was.
And you were Stanley in that.
Yes.
Yes. And you've also went on to be in movies, American Gangster, Denzel Washington, The Irishman, who's who of long ball hitters in the acting business, and television recurring roles on Law and Order, Ray Donovan. So you've really taken off since Sopranos. Not a one trick pony. Great job there, Robert. I appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. We're on strike now. Thank you. I've been blessed. And I'm really thankful to James, and I always thank the man upstairs. So, but I mean, now we're on strike, so it looks like it's going to be for some time. So we'll see how it goes.
We'll keep our fingers crossed for you guys.
We're just coming back. Yeah, we're just coming back from COVID. So, and then all of a sudden now this came. So it is what it is. We have to do what we have to do.
Now, a lot of people aren't aware, but you're a skilled horse player and you're very knowledgeable. You've given out some big hits on this show we've done before, and John as well. And one of your big hits, Nyquist, went off as a 2-to-1 favorite in the Derby, but somehow you turned that into a huge payday.
No, that was just pure luck, being at the Wynn Hotel just before the one of the last pulls, the Derby Futures. And I just liked Nyquist based on this Florida Derby win. And I said, I thought he had ability. So I said, I'm going to put 100 win on him. And I did. And my brother's friend, Anthony, he put 100 win on him also. He was on the line, but beside me. And he got like 13-to-1 odds. And that's what he was in the future pull. But somehow or other, I got 125-to-1 odds.
Oh my God.
I wasn't going to bring the ticket back to him. So he gave me the wrong odds. I said, well, okay. It yielded 13,000. And of course the rest, and that was just luck that I got those odds. I can't explain it, but it
Right.
happened that way. So.
And you're a frugal player too, as far as the futures, because I touch base with you with the futures all the time. And if you don't like anything, you pass on it. So
Well, I don't. It's hard. The futures they're difficult here because of they don't have the fixed. I'm sure John agrees with me. The fixed pool like they have in Europe. When you bet a future in Europe, you get those odds regardless of his wins by the end of the pool. I mean, by the end of the pool system, whatever that limit is. And that's what I think is a drawback. I mean, I had Justify at 10-1, and when he won that last race, I think he went down to 4-1. So I've been kind of fortunate with the pools, but I really don't play them too much. I'm more of a trip handicapper. I like to watch the horses run, and I'm not really speed figures and everything, but I do look at their past victories and the breeding, and we have come up with some winners. We had Madge, that was one of our winners.
yes.
And we had some really good Derby Day. We had a few winners, and so I hope some of the fans listen, especially to John, me. They can take me with a grain of salt, but I have a few from time to time, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you again, Alan.
Likewise. All right, the
Alan,
format of this show.
Robert, real quick.
Yes.
I know being on Sopranos, work with everybody. Jamie Lynn's father is Steve Sigler, who
Yes.
for years was a leading owner in New York at Winning Move Stable. Did you ever go to the track and play with him?
No, I never did. Me and Jamie really weren't close friends, but I never really at all the parties. I never even knew this. I'm so well schooled. Even though I did have some horses, John, with a friend of mine who bought some, and David Duggan, he was our trainer. We had one win with a Catman Can, and it was I think it was a maiden special weight, but it was for over 100,000. But anyway, I didn't really meet Siegler, and we did go to the track for the Belmont Stakes.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Union Rags. It was another horse. I forgot the horse that won, but Siegler wasn't with us that day.
Yeah,
I want to say,
because I remember one year she went up to Saratoga with the boyfriend, and for her it was heaven, because the one thing about Saratoga, you could be a celebrity, but you could walk around in public and not be bothered. And she loved it. And that's why she would go up there to see her father, because she could just be Jamie Lynn. She doesn't have to look out for paparazzi or anything like that. And I remember one time she told us that she went up there, she had a great time with her father, took the train back home. As soon as she got off the train, there's a paparazzi waiting for her. She got get back into like celebrity mode. I mean, so going to Saratoga for her, she loved it because she could just be herself.
That's true. I missed Saratoga this year. I missed it last year. I was there the year 2-3 years ago. But you're right. She's a bit more recognizable than I am. But I mean, there are fans who come to say hi to me there. But you're right. It's just a great atmosphere. Sorry I missed it. It's a great atmosphere, John. Yes, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what we're going to do here, we're going to go horse by horse for the 7 entrants of the Travers. We're going to lead with John. He's going to give the story of the horse, what he likes, whether he, use him for the win or underneath or pass. And then from John, then Bobby, you can weigh in on the horse, and then I'll follow you there. And if you're out there in chat, I want to welcome everybody aboard. Thanks for joining us today for a Travers handicapping show, a Travers show today. If not getting to the chat right away, we'll answer some questions after the analysis, so I'm not ignoring anybody. I want to welcome everybody aboard. And so I guess we can get started on this Travers card here. And let me bring up the race. I have the Brisnet figures I'm using today. But today is one of those days. Sometimes for the big events, I get the sheets, so I'll be using them too. I'm a speed handicapper, and so I go by the multiple data sources. And that's 1.25 miles for 3-year-olds, G1, purse 1,250,000. Now this is for 3-year-olds, and I'll tell you what, this looks like a Harvey Wallbanger of races today. And we're going to start off with John. Give us the story. Forte opens post position 1, 7-5 odds. Is that too low, or what do you think of Forte?
Forte is the favorite, is a deserving favorite. I mean, last time out, he had everything going against him, and he still got up to get the victory. A little controversial for some people. Thought he could have been disqualified. But personally, the way New York stewards have called racing, it wasn't disqualification. It should have been disqualification if I was a steward, because the rules that they use is if it affects the order of finish, it's a disqualification. But they only use it for the horse who got bumped. Well, if he doesn't get out and make that move, he doesn't win the race. So isn't what he did affecting the order of finish? I think so. So if I was a steward, it would have been disqualification. But since they followed these rules and they've been calling constantly like that, it wasn't disqualification, and that I agree with. In terms of Forte, he's the type of horse that's going to drive people crazy because he had a very unusual schedule. I mean, it was unfortunate what happened, getting scratched the day of the Kentucky Derby. And then he did something you're not supposed to do, come back 5 weeks later and run in the Belmont Stakes. Not often do you see a horse going into the Belmont off a 10-week layoff. And you're going from 1.8 miles to 1.5 miles. And the horse ran great to finish the money that day. Now, people going to look at sheet numbers and everything else, but you have to remember one thing. You normally don't go 3 furlongs past what you've longest run at your longest off a 10-week layoff. So how do you interpret that in terms of sheet, especially a race at the Belmont where most horses need a break anyway because they get so tired off of that race? So when I look at sheets, I throw it out because there's really no pattern for it. I mean, it's like taking a 6 furlong horse going 9 furlongs off a 10-week layoff. You don't do that. So sheet numbers for this horse I throw out because there's no pattern to it. He is most talented. I was a little surprised about the blinkers, but because of lack of speed, it worked out. Same thing's going to happen today. I don't think there's going to be that much speed. It'll be interesting to see the trip he gets. I think he'll be saving ground again. He's going to be dangerous. He's going to be right there. If he gets a trip, he's the horse to beat. The question is, he almost got beat last time. Who's to say that same thing can't happen today?
So what you going to use him underneath? Obviously, you're not going to pass on him. Big win contender, your top choice, or?
Oh, he's definitely a big win contender. I mean, you just look at him. I mean, this is a horse who, if he gets a trip, he's the best in the race. So you can't ignore a horse like that. Only question is, will he get the trip? Because one thing we've learned about horse racing, you still have to go out there and do it. And more often than not, something screwy will happen. I mean, look at the Personal Ensign yesterday. Who expects Nest or Clairiere to not finish first or second, in the Personal Ensign? I mean, this is horse racing. You're running at the graveyard of champions. Strange things happen. So use Forte, but definitely not a single. You have to use a couple of other horses just in case.
All right, Bobby, what do you think about this Forte today?
Oh, he definitely has the class. I mean, he's a classy horse. He's tough to go against. I mean, I think the 2-horse has ability, the arrogate ability, also. So, I mean, Forte is the horse, as John said. I think he's the horse to beat. But at the same time, it is a small field. So, and it could be sloppy. I'm not sure about the weather conditions now. They said at 3 p.m. it would start raining. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. But yeah, if you're asking me, like for the value, I might think I'm crazy, but I told you yesterday I like the 7 Scotland. I know he doesn't have a lot of race experience, but I've watched I like his engine. I like the way he closes, and he was able to get on a lead last time, perhaps a lot easier. But I don't know. It's like an outside chance. Whom I like. I mean, I know what John thinks. I'd like to get his opinion on that.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna get down these, go down the line there. What do you think of that 7 quick, John?
Have to catch him. He's very dangerous. You have to love what he did. I mean, Bill Mott, right after the race, said, "This is my Travers horse." And he had a few horses he could have pointed to Travers, but after watching that race, he said, "This is my Travers horse." And Bill Mott, who's a very conservative trainer, normally doesn't talk that way, normally doesn't act that way. So when he says that, you have to pay attention.
Yeah, got the inside scoop right there. Forte, he's 2 for 2 on a wet track. I mean, that works to his advantage. His advantage. I'll definitely use him in the win spot, but I don't think he's a lock for the win at all. I think there's a very wide open field. We have the Derby winner in here, and Mage, and the Travers winner, a National Treasure, and the other one, the Belmont Stakes winner in this race, Archangelo. And then so you got each of the Triple Crown race winners in here, and you have Forte. So I guess Forte, this Travers, is almost like his version of the Kentucky Derby, to put a stamp to show that he means business.
I'd like to ask John if he thinks that that last race by Forte took a little bit out of him. I'm just curious. That it was a really rough, tough run race. Do you think that, John? I'm sorry, Alan.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Well, that's the hard part, because the Belmont took something out of him, so he wasn't 100% going into his last start.
Right.
It was rough. He had to work hard. But sometimes you need that to move up. The question is, though, it was racing with blinkers. It was a small field. He was able to take advantage of that. A little bit of a bigger field, but who knows about the pace scenario? You just have to wonder how much of that he's going to be able to do this time, especially with more horses in the race. Because last time out, he only had 1 horse around him. Unfortunately, they bumped. It happens. In this race, he might have more horses around him, and it's going to be interesting to see if he gets surrounded by horses. If a horse gets to his inside and his outside, how does he react? And what the pace scenario is going to be. Because you're not going to be going 46. That's one thing we can guarantee. This is going to be a nice, relaxed pace, maybe 48, 49. And how strong will the speed horse be at the end? I mean, look, Saudi Crown ran a great race and almost stole it. And he was tough to the end. Now, sometimes you need to be pushed to be able to move up, and maybe that's what Forte needed. But when you have other horses around you, pushing you and making it tougher on you, you just have to wonder. Again, it all comes back to the trip. Can he get the trip to get up in time? Because the one thing about Forte, he don't make it easy. Look at this Florida Derby. He worked hard, but he got up there in time. So the horse has guts. So let's give him credit for that.
Yes, I agree. He has to beat that one.
Okay, by the numbers here, I'm just looking. Forte finally, his last 2 races, looking at the sheets wise, I mean, his numbers are starting to. He looks like the last 2, he finally moved forward as a 3-year-old. I mean, before that, he seemed like his March and even his April races were no faster than his 2-year-old races, but it seems to be moving in the right direction. And you got to wonder, he gets 2 for 2 on the wet track. Pletcher looking for his third Travers. Rapoli, owner. Definitely a contender. I see it as a win contender. Is single? I agree with John. No, I don't see this one as a single. I actually think he's probably going to run second today. A contender, throw him out of the top spot. No, absolutely not. But I think one of the other ones are going to take care of him today. But we'll see. I guess anything else to add on Forte, or we want to move to horse number 2, Archangelo? All right, so number 2, John, Archangelo, Belmont Stakes winner, did beat Forte in that race. Opens post position 2, opens at 5-2 as the second choice for this Gina Antonucci trainer. 15% trainer for the year. I guess Archangelo is this one's baby. What do you think?
Archangelo is an unusual horse. I mean, he's gotten great. His last 2 starts, especially, were spectacular. But here you are, you're a sheep player. You've looked at the sheep numbers. How often do you see multiple horses run better sheep figs than the winner? But that's what happened in the Belmont Stakes. Because Archangelo had a nice ground-saving trip, and it worked out perfectly for him, while others had to be used on the outside, going wide. I mean, you look at Forte, ran a better sheet number than him.
Yeah, covered a lot more ground, actually. Got stuck wide.
Yeah, I think Tabit Trice, ran a better sheet number than him. So like I said, it happens. So the question is Archangelo that good if he has to be used a little bit more? Is he that good if he has to deal with traffic and adversity? And the thing is, Jenna Antonucci, she's never had a horse like this. I mean, she's made more money with this horse this year than she has the past 3 years of all of her horses combined.
Wow.
That's something you don't see too often. But she's taking it like a champ. She's going out there. She's done a great job, and she's marketing herself pretty well. The horse is coming in great into the race. The big question is, can the horse handle some type of adversity? Because he might be saving ground again, but he might be stuck behind Forte if he tries that. I think that's what's probably going to happen down the backstretch. You might see Forte lying maybe second or third, or Archangelo right behind them. And then let's see what happens. Will he get the hole? We have to go around. Who knows? Another thing that we have to consider is Javier Castellano. He's been great, but recently he has slowed up. He's not winning like he was before. I mean, still having a great year, and we're not saying he's a bum or anything like that. But the Castellano freight train, it's almost like he's coming into a stop right now, because he has not won that many races. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you take it in a race like this, you know how it is. People feel good, they're winning, they can do whatever. Other times it's like, what am I going to do? How am I going to handle this? And something can go wrong, will go wrong. And you really have to wonder right now if that's going to be the case with Javi. I mean, look, I love Javi. He's a great guy. He's a great jockey. I'm glad that he's going out there and he's winning, but he slowed up. And you really have to wonder at the end, is this the peak for Archangelo, for Javi, for Jenna Antonucci? Or maybe he is that good, because also he hasn't run since the Belmont Stakes. So I'll be very curious to see what happens here. Because, I mean, let's face it, a horse like this, if he could win, makes him the leader in the 3-year-old division, and he could be the 3-year-old champion if he gets to win this race. But he has to go out there and get the job done. But you just have to wonder at the end, can he get this job done? He's going to get bet. And that's one thing we have to consider. This is a horse who gets bet. But if you take away the Jenna Antonucci story, how much would this horse get bet? I think Jenna brings the price down, and you just have to wonder if at the end that could be something we want to consider. I mean, I like the horse. I'm going to use the horse, but if I had to cut down my multi-race plays, he's probably the horse I'm going to take out if I need to save money. So you just have to wonder. And one thing I'm going to say about what I said about Javi before, he's
Yeah.
looking at Equibase right now real quick. If my calculations are correct, he looks like he's 3 for his last 75.
Holy smokes. I see his percentage for the meet is down to 10%. He was much higher. 3 for 75?
Yeah.
That's,
Because in the month
that's
of
dreadful.
August, he's only got 3 wins at Saratoga.
Now is not the time for be slumping. I hear you on that. Geez. What do you think about Arcangelo, Robert?
I think what John says makes the most sense. I really think that what he's saying is, I really couldn't add to that. I mean, I agree. What he was saying, that's expert. Yeah.
Will you use this one to win? Or
No.
toss him out of there? No.
I won't use
I
him
won't
to win,
either.
no. I mean, there's no value in there, and so I'm not going to use him to win. No.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'll use this one underneath. It did show a really big closing kick in the races 2 or 3 back. Play it by ear, but as of right now, I'm definitely not using it in the win spot, and I don't even think I'd use in the try. But I think this one will take some money, and maybe that'll help the odds on some of the other horses in this race.
But we have to give it credit. This Keeneland September sale, $35,000 purchase. I mean, it's great. I mean, the horses don't know they don't know how much they're worth. It's just their hearts. That's all that matters, really. So it just goes to show you can't always get it right. They have big purchases and stuff like that. So I give them credit with that.
Now, this one, Arcangelo, what I will add is it did run on a wet track once, and it's a sloppy track listed today. It's probably going to dry out. Did run on a wet track once and finished second, but its speed figure on that wet track was much slower than all the others. So
Yeah.
I don't know that this one really even likes it wet. I'm not going to be using this one. All right, number 3 opens Todd Pletcher, his other entry. Tappet Trice opens 12-1, gets Jose Ortiz. Now, okay, Irod Ortiz is riding Forte, of course. The other Ortiz brother, Jose Ortiz. Number 3, Tappet Trice, 12-1. John, what do you think? Are you going to use this one?
I'm going to go against him. I mean, he's always been a hyped horse, but when push comes to shove, he disappoints. I mean, he was all out to beat Verifying in the Bluegrass. He got heavily bet in the Derby, got bumped at the start, did nothing. Belmont Stakes was never a serious threat. Haskell did nothing. They're adding blinkers. He needs to be aggressive, hoping the aggressiveness comes out. He showed better early speed. But to me, until he does it, I just can't go with it. So I'm going to toss him.
Okay, you toss there. What do you think about this one, Bobby?
I agree with John.
I don't like this one either. Maybe use deep underneath if you're getting a price, and maybe a try or a super if you're playing that. But I think others are in here that have a better closing kick than this one. And yeah, very hyped horse. And I'm not sold on this one either. All right, we move down. Okay, Kentucky Derby winner, number 4, Mage, 4-1 with Luis Saez for Gustavo Delgado, who really in the money all 3 tries at Saratoga. A second and 2/3, but 11% trainer for the year. This is another trainer who really made a big splash in the Derby. What do you think about Mage, Sean?
You have to use him. I mean, you look at what he's done so far. Delgado is a very good trainer. He knows how to get these horses ready for the big races. I mean, he ran a great race to be second in the Haskell. Just go rocket ride. Got a great trip to win that day, but he ran a winning race. He lost Saez, but nothing wrong with Flavian Pratt. I mean, it's amazing that jockey was still available in a race like this. So you can get a guy like Pratt to replace to ride this horse, you have to be happy. But he's a very good tactical jockey. He knows pace. And I think with Mage, you have to do that because you look, when he started getting good, he was far back. His last couple of starts, he's been a little bit closer to the pace. And you just have to wonder if that's what he really wants. But I think Pratt, who's going to do his research, he's going to look. He hopefully got on the horse yesterday just to get a feel for him. You hope that he will be able to make the adjustment to get up in time for the victory. I mean, this is a horse who's extremely talented. He's been working out well. You have to respect what the connections have done with him. He's not going to be my top choice, but he's definitely a horse you have to use. He's probably going to be second choice in the wagering. I think he'll be close to Arcangelo, but I think he'll be slightly favored over Arcangelo. But Mage, I think you definitely have to use him.
Absolutely. Robert, what do you think about Mage?
Yeah, I have to agree. He's dangerous. He's a dangerous horse coming off the Haskell. I mean, he came off the layoff from the Preakness to the Haskell, so he's prepped up for this race for sure. So he's quite dangerous at 1.25 miles. And Pratt, as John says, is a great rider. So he's probably not my top choice either, but I must say he's got to be up there, one way or the other. Given a good trip, he can be there. I mean, if you look at his workouts, they're not bad either. So Delgado is really kind of, pointed him towards here. I think that last race was, and he's got the Derby behind him, so he's dangerous. So, I mean, he's up there in my choices.
And I'll tell you what, I'm just looking at some Delgado numbers at Saratoga. I know he hasn't been there that much this year, but if you go back to his last 41 races at Saratoga, he has a 4.85 ROI, winning 12%. So he brings the bombs home. But Mage, look, talking sheets here. He's the only horse that in this race that has run a 0 speed figure, and he has 2 of them. Mage, on the other hand, the fastest he's ever run was a 1. So as far as pure ground covered, and he got stuck wide the last couple of races too. He ran 4 or 5 wide in the Haskell.
Right.
So if we can straighten this one out, and there's only 7 entries here, he should get a straighter trip. By the numbers, I think this is my horse to beat here. I'll use Forte. This one has run 1 at this distance. Forte's never even run a 1.25 mile race yet. But as far as, I think this one's the one to beat here, guys. I'm definitely using them. So we'll see what happens. Let's see, if we see if they can straighten it out. Anything else on Mage? Or definitely using in the win spot, right? Both of you guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll move along now. We're looking at the Travers here with Parx racing official John DaSilva and Sopranos actor Robert Funaro. And we're covering each horse one by one. We're through the first 4. This show, maybe you want to scroll back and watch the analysis from the beginning if you're just joining us. I want to thank everyone for joining us today. And we'll answer some questions, not ignoring the chat. We're just breaking down these horses one by one. And then we're up to horse number 5. Bob Baffert is in the house, folks. Do you think Bob is going to be there at the Travers today? John, did you hear anything, or is he going to be on the West Coast?
Haven't heard anything. On a day like this, Bob will be there. By the way, I just saw the update from Dave Grenning about the racetrack.
Yes.
And they said the track is going to start as Good and Harrowed, and the weather's fine, and they think at some point it's going to turn into fast because they will be working on it. So unless rain comes in, which I'm not sure what time the rain is supposed to come, it's going to be up eventually be upgraded to fast. So they are doing a lot of work to dry out that track.
They said 3 p.m., John, but I don't know if that's, I looked at the forecast, but I don't know how accurate that could be. 3 p.m., they were saying like 40% or something like that.
Okay, thanks for the update on the track condition. I know the second race is off the turf, but all the others are supposed to be on.
Yes.
So, okay. Now, National Treasure opens for Bob Baffert at a price of 8-1, and he really is the speed of the speed, probably the only pure early speed type in this race. About 7 could go to the front, 2, can stalk and can go quick early. But what do you think about National Treasure, Bob Baffert, Johnny V up 8-1?
I'm not sure you could call him the speed of the speed because he's taking the blinkers off coming into the race. And you look, the times he's been on the lead were the 2 races he had the blinkers. So I think Bob wants his horse to stalk today.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. I'm looking at it there, John. I see what you mean.
Yeah, he hasn't been on the lead without the blinkers. So I think Bob wants him to stalk. I'm not sure this horse can go the distance versus these. So they may try to nurse him. I can understand the 8-1 because some people do think he's distance limited. Bob told me he's sending a horse to the Pennsylvania Derby and he decided to send Reincarnate, who was a possible for this race, to the Pennsylvania Derby instead. So I thought that was pretty interesting to see how it goes. I think National Treasure, because he still has a shot for the 3-year-old championship, which is why he's in this race. But to me, I don't know if the horse is going to be able to hold on and get the victory. I mean, yes, he was gutty. Beating Blazing Sevens, which still hurts me since I had Blazing Sevens in the Preakness.
Oh,
But he ran
by your head.
Yeah, but in the end, I don't know if National Treasure is going to be able to get the job done here, so I'll go against them.
And I'm just notice here, when Bob takes the blinkers off, he hits 36% out of the last 64 tries with that move. 36%, that's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In Thoroughgraph numbers, it's the slowest of all the horses in here. But I would think that the only shot this one has is we'd try to go to the lead and just steal it. I don't know.
Yeah, but why take the blinkers off if you're going to the lead?
Mm-hmm. What do you think about National Treasure, Robert?
I agree with John. I'm not going to. I don't like him to win. I think there's some things here. Blinkers on. Put the blinkers on, and he ran a lot better. And I think the distance thing is an issue for him at 1.25 miles. I just don't see him stealing this race, based on what he's done before. He might have done that with the Preakness, but not Saratoga. So that's my feeling on it.
Actually, this one, National Treasure, it ran its best race speed figure-wise last year at Keeneland in the G1 when he came in third. He hasn't gotten back to that top since.
Right.
Me, and what do? After hearing what you guys are saying, John, the blinkers, and may not go to the lead today, I was thinking go to the lead and try and steal it. It's this one's only chance. Laying off the lead, I don't even think this one gets on the board if it uses that strategy.
Got to put a lot of good horses to sleep to be on that lead. It's just, these are some good 3-year-olds, so I don't think it's going to be that easy. Based on
it's a very competitive field.
John thinks, but I don't think it's going to be that easy. Forte.
I think we have a competitive 3-year-old field here. I wouldn't say this is a great 3-year-old crop, but I think they're very competitive. I couldn't see, not even Forte, I can't see any of these going to the Breeders' Cup and winning the Breeders' Cup, for example. What do you think? I mean, it's not like the year we had Curlin, Street Sense, and Hard Spun, and they were running 1, 2, 3 in the slop, heading for a home at Monmouth that year in the Breeders' Cup. I don't think this is that type of 3-year-old crop. What do you think about that, John?
Hell, I'll make it simple. What older horse is out there that we could say is a favorite?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, the older horses, just like the 3-year-olds, evenly matched, wide open. I mean, you look at all the major Grade 1 races this year, none of these 3-year-olds have more than one Grade 1. So if a horse like Archangelo or Mage or Forte National Treasure wins, that gives them 2 and makes them the leader of the division going into the Pennsylvania Derby.
Now, the Pennsylvania Derby, that's a win and you're in race, right, for the Breeders' Cup?
It's not. But
No.
basically, the way the year is going, you're in. You just don't get the money paid for you. But you're in the Breeders' Cup if you win that race.
Okay. Now we're going to move on to, okay, so we looked at Bob's National Treasure, the Preakness winner. How about number 6, Disarm, opens 8-1 for Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario up. He's starting to get his sea legs again. Rosario's winning percentage was coming up a little bit. I remember he had that dreadful Gulfstream season, and we talked about that, John. What do you think about Rosario on Disarm here, 8-1 for Asmussen?
Asmussen's always liked Rosario. He's used them a lot. This is a horse who's adding blinkers coming into this race. He's been consistent. I mean, he's always there. He has never finished worse than 4th in his career. This is an ultra consistent horse. And I guess Asmussen is hoping the addition of blinkers will be that final step that brings him to the top. He's been working out well. I mean, Asmussen has made this move in the past and been successful in winning. He's going to be a price. I mean, they have him 8-1. I think he's going to be closer, if not higher odds than Tapit Trice. I'm not going to use him. It wouldn't shock me if he wins the race. And for my personal beliefs, I hope this horse wins because that means I can get some more of these horses to come down for the Pennsylvania Derby for the 3-year-old championship.
Okay. What do you think, Bobby?
I just immediately think class. You look at the races that he ran, Grade 2, Grade 3, Grade 3. I'm just going to go with the class factor here, and I'm going to toss him out because of that. So I mean, I love Gun Runner, but not this one. I know he ran in the slop at 1 1/8, but that was a Grade 3. I'm just looking at the performances here, and not many of the races. I did watch that race. Matt win, but that was a good win. But I think, there's some danger here. I mean, the buyer figures on which I'm going at the speed, the buyer figures, they're up there, but you got to win. I like a horse that likes to win, so I'm not going to play him.
Now, his buyer numbers are big. Okay, this is a case where the sheet numbers are slow. So
yeah, but I'm looking at the grade 2, the grade, the Derby, and he just the Lexington. It just doesn't come up with anything. I mean, to me, it just doesn't come off the board. But that's my feeling.
Okay. I'm not a fan of this one either, but it has run at the distance twice, and it has a second place finish. It does have the 104 Brisnet numbers, the last 2. Run on the wet track twice. Did put up a good number on the wet track at Ellis Park. Actually, the last 2 races were on a sloppy track. I'm going to have to see what the odds are on this one. I would like this one maybe 3rd or 4th. I'm not sure how I'm going to play this yet. Out for the win spot, absolutely not. And Asmussen, always dangerous. Rosario, he knows how to win a big race. But
Gun Runner is a good sire.
Tremendous sire, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Now we're going to move down here And I want to welcome everybody who's watching. Welcome to All Horse Racing All the Time. I'm joined here by Parx official, Racing Parx official. John DaSilva wrote for the New York Post for lead analyst and columnist for 19 years, and also has been a line maker at Parx, making those morning lines. Right now, he's a racing official at Parx, and we have Sopranos actor Robert Funaro played Eugene Pontecorvo for seasons 3 through 6. Been in movies, American Gangster with Denzel Washington, and The Irishman with a who's who of stars, and TV roles, Law and Order recurring roles, Ray Donovan, and also a tremendous horse player. For years, he's joined me before, so I just want to thank both John and Robert again for joining us. We've been covering the Travers Stakes horse by horse, so you may want to scroll back and watch this show from the beginning if you want your in-depth Travers analysis. John gives his breakdown of the horse, then we go to Robert, and then myself. So I want to thank you for joining us today, and I want to thank John and Robert for joining us, me again for this show. And for you in chat, I want to thank everybody who's watching and not ignoring the chat. We'll answer some questions afterwards. We're just going horse by horse. And now we're up to horse number 7, one of the bombs here in this race. Opens 12-1, John. Scotland, Junior Alvarado. This is his one lightly race. Has won 3 out of 4. 3 for 3 with Junior Alvarado up. And only defeat, it lost by a nose. So technically, this one could be undefeated. I believe one of the Ortiz brothers rode that one in that defeat. But Alvarado up and opens 12-1, Scotland. And what do you think of that one, John? And that one was ridden by Jose Ortiz in his lone loss. But opens at 12-1. 100 Visnet figure last out. Here at Saratoga, winning by 3 in the Curlin Stakes, minor stakes there.
This horse will not be 12-1. He's going to get bet. This is the main speed of the race. You look what he did last time.
John's breaking my heart.
Sorry, because you have to remember one thing. You look at his first 3 races, he wasn't close to the pace, but those were all one-turn races. He goes to Saratoga, mile and 8, 2 turns for the first time, goes to the lead, doesn't look back. Whoa, maybe this is what this horse wants to do all along, be on the lead. So I'm sure Junior is going to do the same thing again today, despite breaking on post number 7. He's going to go out to the front, say catch if you can. He's not going to get much pressure early. And to me, he's my choice to win. But I think he's going to steal it on the front end, because who's going to run with them early? I mean, for Bill Mott to be so giddy after winning the Curlin, saying this is my Travers horse, when he had other horses he could have considered for it, for him to say that quickly shows me how much confidence he has in this horse. That race, the way he did it, the improvement going 2 turns, because it's one thing to do it going 1 turn, another one to do it 2 turns. And for this horse to do first time 2 turns, to run like that and draw away from Emil Colo, who came back and won the Smarty Jones on Tuesday here at Parx. I mean, this is the horse you have to catch, and I don't think they're catching him today.
What kind of odds do you think he's going to go off at, John?
He's probably going to go off 6-1.
Nice.
5-1. I think he's going to get bet down that heavily, because I think Tabit Trice is not going to get bet. The Disarmed is not going to get bet like him. I think he'll be better odds than National Treasure. So I think he's going to maybe 4th choice.
All right. What do you think? We spoke yesterday, Robert, and you told me right up this is the horse for you here in this race. Do you want to talk about him a little bit here?
Well,
what did you see?
I like him even better after what John described about Bill Mott, what Bill Mott said, that this is his Travers horse. I watched the horse. I love the way he runs. I mean, I feel like when I watched Madge, that Good Magic run, his race prior, I like the engine on him, and I like his style, and I think that he's capable of, as John said, putting him to sleep and winning this and winning this. I mean, he's my pick. I mean, I like 147 here. You know what I mean? And I'll box it. You know what I mean? And hope that he can win it. He wins above the 4 and the 1-4. So that, you know, he's my pick because I think he just has a ability. He's just a strong looking horse out there, you know, based on what I've seen. A good magic I like, and the bottom not so much. I'm not so familiar with the Spystown, of course, but Gem's Park, I'm not sure about Gem's Park. I think I might have looked. I didn't really see. Okay, this horse, turf horse, and not really a big. Won a couple of grade 3s, but it's a shorter distance. But I think that good magic. I don't know. It's just that's the horse this year. The good magic, you know, to me. So I like him. I like him to win. Just hoping that John is right. You know, we keep that price. We keep that price, and not too many listeners here. Well, they don't listen to us anyway, Alan. So it's okay, John. Yeah. If they did, they'd make a few dollars. Especially Alan. He comes up with some great picks.
You too, John, and you too, Robert. You've given out some big hits on this show before, and yeah. So make sure you have the pen out, everybody, and taking these notes. Okay, just 7 Scotland, great thoroughgraph numbers, 2-2-2 consistently, has every right to move forward this race, and very solid numbers. 1 here at Saratoga, that 1 1/8, and John mentioned earlier that William Bilmont having such confidence and oozing with confidence and enthusiasm to be talking about a horse this way. John says this is not a guy that goes out and just talks trash about his horses. When he's enthusiastic like this, the antennas go up, because this is not a guy that, you know, just runs his mouth and always, you know, when he's enthusiastic like that, John says that, you know, that's definitely a green flag as far as trainers go, and he really loves this horse. So that's my Travers horse. So I definitely like him to use here. The 4 that stand out to me, which I'm having my doubts, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. I have 4. 4 is my win horse, but I'm not going to use it alone. I'll probably box something with Forte, the 1. I was thinking about the Baffert horse, National Treasure, but now I'm like a little concerned about that. And 7, definitely the win contender. I'd probably take the 5 out of the win spot now, just by the numbers and the fact that now this 7 might be the one that just says, catch me if you can, and he ran big fractions there. So that's what I'm thinking. I definitely love the 7, and especially now even more so from what you guys have to say about it and the observations about Mott from John. And so what are you thinking? What's the play here? Let's go with John first and Robert. How are you going to use these horses, these contenders? Are you thinking multi-race plays? Are you going to mess around with exactas or tries, or just? I'm thinking multi-race for me. I think this is a very competitive race. How do you plan on using these, John? What are you leaning now? You going to wait for the board until you decide, or line something up?
Definitely need to make a win bet first off, because you're going to get 5-6 to 1. I mean, how could you not take advantage of that? So you definitely need, to make the win bet. I mean, I think a horse like Forte, you definitely want to make the exacta with him. Maybe you want to box it in case Forte does get up in time as well, because I think either way, you're going to get a decent exacta out of it. If you want to do an exacta with somebody else like a mage, just in case Forte gets some trouble, you can do that as well. If you want to look at multi-race, I mean, the double, I think, is one you definitely want to be looking at here, because you got a couple of interesting horses in the previous race in the Bowling Green, where you could go with an American horse like Soldier Rising, who draws the rail, or you may want to take a horse like Bolshoi Ballet for Aidan O'Brien, who's coming over, who hasn't been the same this year, but when these guys ship over, you always have to give them respect. Because people going to look at Channel Maker, who upset last time out, and he's tough. But then again, you got Stone Age, Chad Brown, coming back. This is a horse who ran in Hong Kong and Qatar and hasn't run since then. maybe he needs to race, but hey, this is a horse who had second in Breeders' Cup last year, so you have to give him respect. So, but 6-5, I'm not so
I
sure.
think it's a very vulnerable 7. That 7 looks very vulnerable to
That
me.
the mile and a half race is, and I agree with John about Aiden O'Brien, but it's a tricky race because of that distance. I mean, I have a tendency to always go with the Euros because of the good ground, and it's going to kind of be good. I think. I don't think it's going to dry out since it was raining. So, but it's always a trip that trip in these races sometimes, but I don't know. It's tricky. That race is tricky. When I do go with John with Bolshow Ballet, at the same time, Channel Maker is always dangerous. And of course, Chad's horse, like John said, he's coming off a bit of a layoff, but does he have him ready? I'd say probably, yeah.
Yeah, and also if you want to look at the pick 3, I know Ashley in the chat was talking about this one earlier, but who's running with Echo Zulu? I mean, she is the speed of the speed. I mean, even though she ran a terrific race last time on some people expecting bounce, who's running with her? I mean, Goodnight Olive is a closer. Who's going to put pressure on Echo Zulu to make it get tired at the end? So I think if you want to go a single with Echo Zulu and then you want to use some multiple horses in the middle and Sword Dancer, then use 2 or 3 horses in the Travers, that could be a fine bet to make here.
That's great. That's great. That's great. Great advice.
I'll tell you what, I think that 7 is very vulnerable in this race. Chad Brown, I can't get the odds. I can't wrap my head around those odds. I think Channel Maker is going to be dangerous. Already won at Saratoga this year. Has some good early speed, and I think 1 and the 3 might do something. 2, even the 2. I'd probably move past the 2. Declan Cannon up. I'm not crazy about that. Really not familiar with Saratoga, but you got Jose Ortiz on the 1. You throw the last race out from the 1. Soldier Rising, Great Britain, and the Aiden O'Brien, number 3. I'm thinking something with 1, 3, and 6. Even number 4 a little bit. Daunt has a couple of nice races, the last couple. Better than they look. Got stuck wide. Castellano up. But I think that 7 is very vulnerable in that race. I don't like the odds at all.
Interesting.
And if you're talking about speed figure numbers, in its last race, it ran a 9, which is, and the race before that, a 4. You have horses like Channel Maker running 3s, same as the 1 and the 3, even the 4. Even the 2 has some races fast enough to beat this 7.
If you look at, he ran Channel Maker ran on good ground. So I mean, it's a dangerous horse. This Channel Maker. I mean, he ran on good ground. He could put him to sleep again. Who knows, Manny? But sometimes it just happens that way. I don't know. Just this horse is dangerous because I just feel he's dangerous. I mean, I like Bolshow Ballet, but at times the horse takes control and bam, it's.
Let me see if I can bring this up. A friend of mine.
I wouldn't toss him out. I'll tell you that much.
A friend of mine's brother owns a part of Channel Maker, and so she's always cheering when Channel Maker runs. Let me just see if I got a picture here. And this is her brother with Channel Maker after the victory. I'll bring a picture up right now after its last victory here at Saratoga. And this is he owns a small piece of the horse, but here he is with Channel Maker.
Cool.
Yeah. So it was like, I think the day giving him carrots or whatever. And this was like a day or so after, I think the Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday after its last victory. So, and he's a 9-year-old, and yeah, I definitely like him today as a win contender. So, and John, you touched on this horse the previous race for you multi-race players. What Echo Zulu? Any chance this one it loses? I mean, the Thorograph number is just so huge, -5. I mean, or is it a bounce candidate? That's number 6, open 7-5.
Who's going to run with her? Nobody else has that type of speed, and she just goes out there. She's a champion. She one of the best in the division. I don't see anybody that could run with her to make her get tired to get beat.
Okay. Well, what about good? What about Goodnight Olive? 9-5. Those odds are a little. I've tried to beat this horse multiple times and just can't seem to get around it for some reason. What do you think about Goodnight Olive at 9-5? I'm not going to use.
She's very good. I mean, usually I would use her, but when you have low speed like Echo Zulu, it's going to take a huge effort by Chad to get up in time for the victory. Now, I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Okay.
I tell you, I think that race can. I'm just saying as a slight thing. I think John, I go with Echo Zulu with John, but Wicked Halo is not a bad horse either. I mean, I know he got beat by Goodnight Olive, but he's run on this. He's run on the slot before, and he's looked pretty good. He won that race with Gaffleone at Oaklawn Park. I watched that race, so I wouldn't throw him out either. I wouldn't throw him out either. He won his last race. Well, but that's a different. But
I like Wicked Halo for second.
It could be a Rasmussen exacta. That's all I'm saying. I would play it straight 6-5, but that's what I would do.
That's my second choice, 6-5. Yeah. And I like 8 for third and maybe 7 for fourth. I don't know, 5 and 7. I don't know. I think Caramel Swirl has some deceptively good races in there.
The post time on this race is what? It's 4:19. The thing is, you got to watch. I'm sure John, you got to watch if it's raining, and if it stays dry, then I think he's a little bit. The Wicked Halo is a little bit more vulnerable to the Olive horse, but Echo Zulu, I like him too. Best.
And she was into the Charlestown last night and scratched running here. And the one thing, as Robert mentioned before, this is Asmussen, the man of 30 personalities. And most of those personalities are not good if you piss them off. And the last thing Tyler Gaffleone wants to do is put pressure with Wicked Halo on Echo Zulu to make that one lose, because he'll be out quickly. So I don't think we're going to see Wicked Halo put pressure on Echo Zulu here.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. That's true. Right.
So we got this. We got some excellent racing here today. We broke them down, all 7 entries in the Travers. So if you're just seeing this now, you may want to rewind this or scroll back to the beginning, because you could get your analysis for all of them. You may want to have your pen handy. Some excellent points. John, racing analyst, gives a breakdown of every one of these horses in order as we go through them. And then Robert, a tremendous horse player, knows his horses. He weighs in on the horse as well. And then I, give my opinion about the horse, whether using or pass. So we cover all 7 of them here. And we've talked about some of these stakes races leading up to it. So I figured we want to take a few questions. You want to take a couple of questions, guys, before we call it a wrap here, or anything else you want to add about some of these races?
There was that one 5.5 furlong. Maybe I'd like to get John's opinion on that 5.5 furlong race at the race 8. And it might go on the turf. So I'm just curious if.
Okay, let's take a look at race 8.
They got some scratches here, but.
Yep. Okay. I mean, you got, the rail horse is out, but
right.
But you got Philip Antonucci's horse who just won by a nose, who is going to be there at the end, and also you got Hottie Flammable, who won the Star Allowance last time out as the favorite, who's going to be there. It's a wide open race. To me, it's a definite spread, and you want to see what goes on out there at the end. So to me, if I'm going to take a top choice here, I'm probably going to go with Hottie Flammable, Mark Cassie. Javi Castellon, yes, he hasn't won that much, but this is the type of race I think he could win at the end.
So you like the 6, yeah. What do you think about the 7 here, John? Acoustic Avenue. I mean, Clement's got first-time Lasix on this horse, so kind of pretty good on the dirt,
Yeah, first-time turf. He wanted to run the grass last time out. He's being tested with class here, being a New York bred.
New York bred.
Don't know what's going to happen for a guy to come on pointing to the grass.
Yeah.
He probably thinks he has a shot here. You got Franco, who definitely knows what to do on a horse like this.
Yeah, but I like that you said New York, but I didn't see that. That's one of my, I got you. Yeah, I think thanks, John.
Good.
I wouldn't be surprised if this 6 winds up being favored this race for Cassie. Highly Flammable.
Yeah, Alan. Yeah.
Just gonna look at the post, the speed here, 5.5 furlongs. Uh, Race 9. Oh, this is 8. What about Super Quest? This one has some early speed. It's breaking way outside, though. It could be a problem, I guess.
What is yours,
6,
yeah?
9,
It's Cassie.
13,
You
maybe.
got Irad. I mean, the horse did run second last time out. He's going to be battling for the lead, though. You just have to wonder in a race like this, do you really want a horse on the lead where obviously it's not a firm turf course here? It's going to be a little bit to the good turf course. To me, I want someone who might be stalking the pace instead of being on the lead.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to see how that turf plays out, but excellent point, John. Yeah, it was outside,
Yeah,
wet
and
turf.
you have
Gotta
you
kick.
have the spoiler, David Jacobson, in here. He's
I think this is 6. This is Six's race. Yeah, that race.
Yeah.
David Jacobson. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not considering. I'm just saying, just talking about David Jacobson. He's just he always throws him in there, and he's got 7-2 odds. Huh? How about that? He's somewhat considered, I would say,
Sorry
by
about
the
that.
line. That's all right. The Southern Horse, Argentinian horse, whatever.
All right. Any other races that of interest do you want to bring up before?
Oh yeah, that was Baffert. Baffert he had 2 horses. They looked pretty good. I think it might be the. I want to get John's opinion, your opinion, on this.
The Jerkins.
Yeah, I think the Jerkins. Yes. What do you
Terrific
think of Baffert
field.
in those races, huh?
Oh, that is a terrific field there.
Yeah,
I mean, look, either one of those Baffert horses could win.
yeah.
Look at the race New York Thunder ran last time out. Oh my God, that
Right.
was unbelievable. And the thing is, he's 4 for 4, but that was his first start on regular dirt.
Right.
And look what he did.
Right.
And
Wow.
this horse for Delgado could be the best sprinter in the country.
And
You know,
I
which
love that
race is
Nyquist. We talked about Nyquist today, so here you go.
And I
You know,
know
which
he's
race
very
is that?
high on him. I've talked to Delgado
7.
about this horse. I'm trying to get him to the Gallant Bob. There's still a possibility he could come to the Gallant Bob, but he wants to win his grade 1 here. And this horse, he's going to say, catch if you can. I mean, Baffert's horse is very dangerous. I mean, he won the Woody Stevens. He didn't have to be on the lead. He's probably going to try to do the same thing like he did in the Woody Stevens, stalk, take over, draw off. So I think it's between 5 and 6. But if it's speed favoring like it was yesterday, 5's going to be very tough here.
There you go.
I'm looking for this race. I'm showing
The seven race 7.
this
Am I
race
right?
7. I mean, the numbers of this elite power just look overwhelming.
Oh,
Best
elite.
horse in the country. He's been number 1 in the NTRA poll. He's gutty. He's great. You're not beating him.
What race are you talking about, Alan?
I'm looking at 7.
The 7th race?
Okay. Yeah. What race are we on right now? I'm looking for Baffert
Now,
here.
you went to the Forgo, so that we were on the Jerkins race, right, John? And
Yeah, that's
and you
race
went-
9.
Race
Right.
9. Oh, okay.
You went to Elite Power on the yeah. I mean, that's what-
Arabian Lion in this race. I think that one should like this track. But New York Thunder, big number last out. I'm looking for the other Baffert.
And like I said with New York Thunder, who's to say that he may not have found his best surface running on regular dirt? So he could actually improve off that, which could be scary.
Huge number here. Yeah, Delgado. Okay. Let me see the odds of these. Race 9. 5-2. Not even favored. Interesting.
Well, Baffert, Delgado, people always bet Baffert first, but this horse is that good.
Yeah, it has the best speed figure here by the sheets. by quite a bit, actually. And yeah, it's probably just going to run off and hide. I don't see anyone that could go with it. Oh, we'll see. It's good. That last race was 6.5, so they may not go that as fast early this time. But all right. So your plays here in this race, race 9.
5-6 box with the 5 to win.
Okay, Bobby.
I have to agree with John there. I mean, 5-6. I'm a believer. Box it.
Okay, 5-6, and that is
Well,
race 9.
I would single, if I was playing a pick 3, I'd single John's the elite power into a few horses there, maybe Cassie's and maybe I just would go with John's pick in the 9th and just go like 365. I used to go through 365 Mill Road, so why not? No, I think it was 265, but I still like that as a straight play. And listen, you want to get some value, you want to have some fun, and you don't want to go crazy. Bet with your head, not over it. That's important. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Have some fun and take it easy, and just make some choices and definite choices. So, I mean, have an opinion. I think it's important. You can't play every horse like they. You know what? I just watched John. You probably remember this film by Stanley Kubrick called The Killing. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
With Sterling Hayden, all the money flies in the airport. They rip off the racetrack, and everybody gets gets their just whatever judgment. Yeah. All the players. I just watched that film. I never watched it before. A great noir film called The Killing by early Kubrick.
I'm
writing that one down, Bobby.
Huh?
The Killing.
Only we can rip off the racetrack in other ways now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they took the purse and everything, and it's just the way they shot the race, and it's just interesting to see the play what it was like back then and everything.
Yeah.
But of course, I mean, you have to have an opinion, and you try.
That's all we could try. Hey, we could do everything right, but it only takes one thing to happen to screw everything up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's like a 5.5 furlong race. I'm a slight friend. I used to have some relationship with John Krugay, and John, he's notorious for putting a wager in. And he's telling me I stay away from 5 furlong, and anything could happen. I mean, anything, and it's true. Johnny's not really a big 5 furlong player. You know what I mean? So that's some truth in that too. I think so because things happen at 5.
Yep. Okay.
Do you want to take a few questions before we wrap?
It's up to you.
Anybody? Any questions for John or Robert Funaro? And again, we've been here covering all the races from the beginning. Take a few questions if you have any opinions. I want to say hi to everyone and thanks for joining the show. I see Austin is here. Hi, Austin, Stephen R. Taylor. We have some picks from some of you here. Casey, Ashley. Hi, Ashley. And Jay is here in the house. Brooklyn guy Vinny Bracco is here. He's joined me. Bobby did a show with Vinny, one covering the races. Gave out some selections here. Hiya, Vin.
Vinny
Bracco.
Cool.
And Catherine, good morning. Let's see any comments. Let's see. I'll just go back here.
Oh, I see Casey's question about the 2-year-old from yesterday. And
yeah, we'll take some questions now. Just write them up. I'm not going to scroll back. I got a bunch of. I know you've been talking.
Yeah, well, that horse ran a 95 buyer.
What did you think of that Pletcher baby from yesterday?
Yeah, he ran a 95 buyer. The one thing you have to be careful about, especially 2-year-olds, is many times these 2-year-olds, especially in wet tracks, will run a huge number, but they never come back to it. Because it all depends on competition. They may not like it, or they may move up on it. So he ran great. He's going to get overbet next time out. Be wary, because he could go either way. And at the price, he might be more of a horse. He may take back and watch to see what happens, because more often than not, they will disappoint.
Okay. Thanks there, John, and thanks for the question, Casey. Let's see. We got some picks here. Steven says thank you to your guests for being here. Yeah, thanks again, guys. It's been tremendous here. Okay.
I think Austin said one would question why is there's some. I think Major's a step behind, but you got to remember one thing: he had that last race, the Haskell, and he won the Derby. So I mean, he needed the race. Obviously,
and got those 2 zeros on the sheet numbers. Those are the fastest numbers. They've done it twice.
It's not a toss. It's not a toss.
And they always said the goal was the Travers, not the Haskell.
There you go.
Austin also says Channel Maker is a sleeper play today. All right.
Good horse.
Yeah. Catherine says
clouds are rolling in. People know if it's. I don't know if it's going to rain. Catherine says I guess she's up there on the up there at Saratoga.
Oh, okay.
That's the last comment. Catherine. Hi, thanks, Catherine.
I know post time is for the first race at 18 minutes. I just looked at that a little bit. I think it all goes through 8 and 2. I think 8 wins, 2 second, or 2-8 box.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alan.
Okay, where are we going? I'm going to bring up Steve.
No, I was. Stevie was saying that do you put any weight on the ownership? I think yes, of course. I mean, there's 2 owners from Europe, and I'm sure John knows them, Magner Tabor, and Aiden trains his horses. I think that was the Belmont Oaks. He sent over a horse with Austin Murphy, who ran, and it was Magner Tabor. Usually it's Ryan Moore. And the trainer wasn't O'Brien, but I don't think it was O'Brien. So, yeah, in that case, I said, I missed that one. I let that one slip by. I didn't play that day, but I do look at ownership, especially on the turf horses. And then Magner Tabor is one of the owners that I always look on in terms of.
But it's also Saul Kuhlman.
Huh?
We'll also look at Saul Kuhlman. Whenever he sees a good horse, he always buys into it. So Matic Stables. So when you see Matic added, pay attention.
What's that? Saul Kuhlman, right?
Yeah.
You listening, Steve? Because this.
Yeah, and listen, for your information, Robert joined me on a show in the past. Robert is a Euro expert. He knows his foreign horses. And he's joined me for that Dubai Carnival show, doing the big races at Dubai one day, and gave out some huge winners on that show. He really follows his Euro circuit closely, so he knows his stuff. I'll just listen because I don't follow the Euros. He knows these horses over there, so he's the guy to talk with as far as your Euro shows. And he did a show covering the Dubai races and talked about what to look for when handicapping. Handicapping Dubai.
Whatever.
Yeah, handicapping the Irish races, the Great Britain races, the Royal Ascot. And so Robert knows, he really follows that closely, and he knows his owners, trainers, and jockeys over there, Ryan Moores of the world.
Thank you. I haven't really been doing the Euro circuit. I've been more focused on my work, but I do pay attention when these horses ship over here. If I'm playing that day, especially that Belmont Oaks, one of the last days at Belmont before it closed, and that race was obvious that was the horse to beat, and he went off at a really nice price. And Magner Tabor, that's the owner. So I mean, but I mean,
one thing also the European horses is this is time of year where they may not send the best ones because they're looking for races like the Arc and things like that. They'll send the second, third string, and they still kick out butts.
I know.
So when they send a good one, pay attention, especially for the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, and even John, and he would probably agree with it, Aiden's son, Joseph O'Brien, who was really a great rider. He sent one to Saratoga one year. I made a score on him, and so I always watch out for him also. When Joseph's sending one over too.
Mhm.
So, as
He's
you said,
learning.
sometimes they're second and third string, but they're good.
He's learning. Give him another year or two, he'll be like Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, true.
So, in closing, anything you'd like to add about these races? I want to thank both you guys, John and Robert, for joining us today for the show. I'm going to keep the show going and cover some of the races throughout the day, but the gist of it here was to cover this Travers with both John and Robert. Thank you so much, guys. Anything you want to add before we about any of these races, or I think we got it pretty
I
much
just
covered.
want to say good luck to everyone out there. Industry is going crazy with so many things going on. Unfortunately, a lot of negative. We need some good news. Hopefully, we get some great races and great results today with no controversies, no issues. So we can keep on going, and hopefully, you guys will support us at Parx. And I'm doing everything in my power to give you the best races possible, September 23rd.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. I'm going to try and get out there for that Pennsylvania Derby. I have never been to Parks before, and so I may be heading out there, maybe do some of the show live from the track. But I know that's a huge day, and
Yeah.
so hopefully get out there, get over there for that. So
I'd like to say thank you, Alan, first for having me on board, and thank you, John, for your great insight, and it's been a pleasure to listen to your expert advice.
So thank you, and you're
I'm
doing a
looking
great
forward to
job
doing
as
it again.
well with Alan and for giving people the information, because we're all there for each other at the end. We all have to support each other
Absolutely.
and help each other.
Absolutely.
and thank
Bet with your head. Don't bet over it. Just have fun. If you're
Yep.
making a $2 bet, it's just as good. $2 long odds bet. And we gave you some good horses. That 7 in the Travers. Bet him with $2. It's the fun of it. Don't let that other thing get to you.
Yep.
It could be really. It's the fun of it. I guess in the beginning it was just like, oh, my horse is faster than yours. And then somebody said, you know what? I bet you. And that's when the whole thing exploded. But it comes down to that, really, like track and field. It's just the same thing. But whatever. You got bragging rights. That's what I like.
Yep.
I like to have the bragging rights.
Definitely.
So,
all right. Well, thanks again, guys, and
thank you.
good luck today. And I'm going
Thank
to
you,
keep the
Alan.
show going. I'm going to have to step away for a while, do some things, but I'll leave the chat open for those of you who are making your picks. We got
All
the
right.
first race coming up. I think it goes 2 and 8. I wouldn't go nuts with that race. It looks chalky. But guys, thanks so much, and I'll touch base with you later. Talk with you soon.
Got it. Good luck,
Thank you.
everyone.
Good
All right,
luck.
good luck, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. That's the show here. I'm going to have to step away, but we got the Travers picks, and I'll be back. And I just want to wish everybody luck. And thanks for watching. And be back for the later races. I'll keep the chat open. And good luck, everybody, if you're playing this first race. Thanks for watching. Welcome to All Horse Racing All the Time. I'm your host, Al. We're back. We were here earlier. We had a big show and covered the Travers Stakes with the Parx racing official John DaSilva and Sopranos actor Robert Funaro, who is a tremendous horse player. And right now we're going to come back, on this big Travers Day, and I'm going to have my co-host, compadre, a dear personal friend, Brooklyn guy, Vinny Bracco. Vinny, how you doing today?
Hey, Al. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hey, everybody. I just have to commend you for a wonderful show with Rob and DaSilva. Terrific. You're good at this, man.
Thanks, Vinny. It took some moving parts. Both these guys have busy schedules, and it took about a week to put this show together. And I'm grateful to have you joining us,
Thank you.
for this show here, as part of this show.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, what do you think? What a great jacket and shirt color combo. Power colors.
This is my Tommy Bahama New York Met shirt. I got it for my birthday last week from a dear friend. And thank you. I figured I'd put it on and try to look a little hip. But you guys were great. And in fact, Robert Funaro, I had texted him, great show, after I texted you, and he called me, asking me what I liked, and I
shot you up on the screen.
You guys are great. You guys are great together. You really are.
Right, and you joined us. Me and Bobby did a show together earlier in the year, and that was a terrific show where we gave out great winners. And
we did. Fantini, I just had the one also to win at Saratoga. I think I explained to Al and a couple of you my diagonal system, where let's just say, for instance, at the last call, the horse won by 2 lengths. Diagonally, at the call before that, the last race, he was third by 3 lengths. Then go diagonally, the call before that and the race before that, out by 5 lengths. If you could do that 3 times, that means the horse is rounding into shape, and that was the diagonal. Actually, I had it here. If you see, 4th race was
there you go. Vinny is giving us proof. Put that back up again, Vin.
But Good for you, Fantini. Yeah, this is what I had for these races. Those are all the diagonals that fit my system. And good for you. Good job, Fantini. $8
All right.
horse.
Yeah,
Good for you.
Fantini, he's kind of new to the show, and he's given out some good winners. And Vinny, we're going to the Travers today. It's the crown jewel of the Travers season. And you gave out the winner. We did a Preakness show, and you came on right from the beginning. And if you don't believe me, you can go back, look at my live shows, and Vinny Preakness show. He came on right from the get-go, and he says, I have a winner today, Arcangelo. And he won at 8-1. What do you think of Arcangelo today?
What race was that?
The Travers.
That is race
Race 12.
12.
We did a Preakness show. You came out there and said,
I
I have the winner of the Preakness, Arcangelo, and he won. You gave it out on the show.
Yeah, I'm looking for my. Hold on for 1 second because I have it down here. The 12th race, I put everything on a new piece of paper, and of course,
Vinny's kind of like me. You know what? It's like not the big deal. It's not the Travers. All the races go by numbers, and we look at the stats.
What it is.
Vinny is a total numbers guy. He's an MIT. He knows numbers like crazy. And
so do you.
Yeah. What do you think of Arcangelo here in this?
Let me look. I'm just looking right now. I'm getting back to my screen.
You gave him out on the Preakness show. You told everyone the winner.
12th. Okay. I looked at him. My selections are, believe it or not, National Treasure. I think the speed boost because of the blinker is off for the first time. Is a hotly contested pace. I like the 7 Scotland, very strong race.
Oh God, yeah,
percentage is great, and Forte, which the speed figure is amazing. With Arcangelo,
I don't see it for Arcangelo.
No, I don't. I don't see it in class.
I see Mage
class
though.
Was good. Mage, yeah. Mage, I think, has a really good shot in this race.
Right. He's the only one who has 2 zeros in the speed figures. And, I get the sheets for big days, and I'm using them today. And he's the only horse with 2 zeros.
I'm looking for the sheet from Las Vegas. They gave me, oh, here it is. They gave me their selections out. These aren't mine. This is Las Vegas, which I got to tell you, I can't kiss their butt. These are professionals. For the 12th race, they have 4-1-2.
I see 4 winning that race.
4-1-2.
Mage is the win bet. 4.
But my diagonal has the 2. Arcangelo. So, I have to bet mine with theirs. And of course, I always throw your horses in mine because I think you're a tremendous handicapper.
Well, you got to throw my horses in there, of course.
I always put yours. No, I always do.
I'm just kidding, Vin.
No, I'm not.
I'm not giving you.
You're a terrific handicapper.
This arrogant act. No.
No, you're not arrogant at all. Have you looked at the the 5th race at all? At Saratoga?
Is that coming up?
Yes. We have.
I gave out the winner in the first race. I hope you guys played it. Yeah, I said 2-8. It's chalky. It was 1780. But what bank is going to pay 8-1, right? Okay,
no.
let's see. Race 5. Have you looked at 5?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'm
just curious if your horse is my horse.
I think the 6 is going to be real tough.
I like the 8 cross border. running in good class, average class. Last class he ran in was probably a
Michael
little better.
Maker, Franco. The last race, does that concern you?
It does, but I think the $22 or plus we'll get on him alleviates a little of those concerns. But I I do like the 7, and I think the 3 looks good. I like your horse. You could have a lot of fun on a day like this. Now there are some scratches today. You notice there are quite a
I
few
think
scratches.
the 6 is very dangerous in
Nobel?
this race. Yeah. What are the odds on James Alois?
4-1.
Oh, okay.
Morning line favorite.
It's not some bomb. Okay.
And he's a morning line favorite.
He is the favorite?
The morning line favorite.
What are the odds on 8?
11-1. Morning line 10-1.
Oh my God.
Getting some nice prices.
What about the odds on 7?
The 7 is 4-1.
We're not getting really big
No.
prices here. The 8 is a price.
Mm-hmm. Manuel Franco with Michael Maker.
What about 2 English Conqueror?
In the 5th?
Yeah.
Is that the 2?
Yeah,
Catch the
2.
Party. It says Catch the Party is the 2.
What does that mean?
In the 5th race. Are you in the right race?
Okay. Maybe there's a 1-1A. Okay.
The 1 is Dine
Yeah,
to Drive.
yeah. No. Nobel. Okay.
Yeah, Nobel is Gaffleone. Irad Ortiz, Michael Maker. Maker has 2 horses in this race. He has the 2 and the 8.
What about the 3? That's the one I meant.
Yeah, with La Perot, and we always talk about La. He's one of my favorite jocks, and La Perot for Bana and English Conqueror. Yeah, you're getting a square price, 10-1. The pace figures to be, I would think, the 7 will go right out, and probably the 4, Bear Oak. And your dead closes the 2, Catch That Party.
I love Cross Border number 8 with Franco.
That's who I like. You got some good horses running today. You could have a lot of fun today. You can catch prices today. What do you think?
I'm looking at this race.
Hey,
what do you
Irene.
do?
I'm just going to play a winner. Well, I'm not a big exotic guy, but when my horse is 11-1, I'll throw it in.
Hi, Rich Lane. I want to say hi to Rich. Hi, Rich. Big player here, makes big picks. And Casey, I didn't single. Okay, no bueno. Who else? Hi, Rich and Ashley. Irene, I came in late, so I would it back to watch the analysis with the guests. Yes, Irene. And make sure you have a pen to write down those picks. I think Al is going to come back on screen. Yeah, I'm here right now, live with Vinny, and we got this. Go ahead, Vin.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with the 8 in that race. I just think that it's a square price. I like the horse. And Pace likes the 7. Yeah, the 7. Well, the 7 is the speed. The 7 is the speed.
Okay. I want to get a feel for how strong you feel about this 8. A guy is there. He has a couple $100 in his wagering account, and he has to pay his rent, and he's going to throw 200 down on a race to show or something. Would you feel good about doing that with the number 8?
It's a tough question.
You know,
If
it's
that
a
was
tough
me, honestly,
question. It's
I
a
would
tough
bet the show.
question, but you're the guy to ask this of because
I would
you've
bet the
dealt
show.
with it before.
I would bet that horse to show the 8
Okay.
and see if you get 480, even with the favorites in there.
Yeah.
Because the 7, the only thing that scares me about the 7, he's the dead speed, and if someone goes out and burns him up, I'm always afraid of that, Al, when you have horses that you don't know exactly what they're going to do. Because if the 7 gets on a free lead, 23 and change court, he probably wins. But what happens if 2 horses go out with him? That Noble, the horse that you had said, that horse goes out with him and burns him up.
Yeah, and we see that sometimes. It's like,
right.
oh my God, this horse never showed speed,
Right.
and he's running with the front runner. And it's like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, that happens a lot. So I try to just look at that. But that's any race, you know. If you're going to worry about all that stuff, it's hard to play.
So you like 8 cross border here? You know,
Yeah.
rent money on the line. You know, just double your money and
Yeah.
you know, pay the rent.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. And have enough for Starbucks.
Right.
You must have had an early day, huh? You started early today.
Yeah. I went out there with, you know, John DaSilva and Bobby Funaro. We
Yeah.
did a show and, you know, 10 o'clock. And, you know, I passed on the first couple of races. I did give out a pick, though. I said 2-8. It's very chalky. And boom, it was 2-8. And 8-1, you're not going to get that at a bank. And
No.
and now we're out here for race 5. Who do you like for second? Is there any mysterious horses here in this race?
For second, I would go 7. I think I would go 8-7. And
Yeah, I think so too. I'd use 7 for second.
and the 3, I would use the 3, English Conqueror, who's 10-1. I think you can get a nice exacta here.
English Conqueror. I'm looking at this one.
Well, La Perot.
Very, very solid. You know, it runs in G3 races and
Yeah.
What do you think about Bear Elk? You know, doesn't run turf, it runs the Tapeta.
Yeah, I looked at that horse too.
Leave it alone. I'm passing on it.
Bear Elk. Well,
You know, it might burn me, but
Bear Oak, the 4. Santana. How is
Yeah.
Cassie as a trainer, Norm Cassie?
very strong.
Really?
Yeah, with Santana Jr. up, he wins 31%. And at Saratoga, he's 16%. But with Norm Cassie and Santana, they have a 305 ROI, 31%. You know, these guys go together like peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, you can't beat that one.
It's going to be a tough race, Finn.
I think so.
This is going to be a tough race. But do you like English Conqueror?
Yeah, because he was below his form.
Okay,
his
you
last
know,
time
you're
out
going
of
to pay the rent. You know, okay.
And he has a lot better form than a lot of these. I think he can make his presence felt. You know, he didn't run well at Woodbine 6 weeks ago, and that's why you're getting this price. If that horse ran any decent race, he'd be 5 or 6-1. I think they're really looking at that last race at Woodbine. And usually if it's one race after you've been okay, I'll excuse you for that. Maybe you just weren't up to par that race, you know? It doesn't seem like it's a cycle. And that's why you're getting the extra money.
All right.
So we'll see.
14
Casey,
minutes. Are you going to bet this race, Vin?
Yeah, I'm going to play 8-7. And I might play the 8 to show. This way it's like my saver.
Eight's 10 to 1 right now, by the way.
Yeah. What's your favorite bet in this? If you had now your $100, you wanted to not just take a shot for the sake, what would your bet be?
Here it goes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm bringing up the charts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, James Alois, I got to use that one.
Yes, I agree.
7 to 2. Are you kidding? I that should be the favorite, really.
Yeah, I don't understand that horse is 2 to 1 morning line, and they're not really betting him. I don't understand.
Okay, I boxed. Okay, my rent's on the line. I'm going to box these 4 horses. Okay, and the exacta, the price is going to pay something. I'm going to box 3, 7, 8, and one more. Okay.
3, 7, 8. $12 minutes to post.
Okay.
Let me just take a look on here for 1 second.
1, 3, 7, 8.
1, 3, 7, 8.
Yeah. I'm passing on 2. Let me just check that.
The 3 you're passing, right?
No, I got 3.
Oh, you got the 3 in there.
1, 3, 7, 8. Exact amount.
Catch the was
I'm not sold on Catch the Party.
no.
Had one good race at Aqueduct November last year. Otherwise, too slow.
He was off slow the last race.
Oh yeah, well,
Started
yeah.
them a lot. The race before that was a nice race, though. And Ortiz, they had gone to Franco.
It was not that race. Vinny, look at the sheets. It was slow.
Yeah, and they went to Franco. Ortiz had ridden that horse 3 times, was right there, missed by a nose, missed by a length, missed by a head. They went to Franco, horse off slow, finished 20 out. Now they're back to Ortiz. So I could look at that and say Ortiz has done very well on this horse. And the times that
I can't back this horse, Vinny.
No,
I can't. 1, 3, 7, 8 exact box. This is going to pay for itself, and it should get done.
Yeah, the 7 has run a couple of nice races.
In cross border, we talked about him. Okay. Race 5. One, 3, 7, 8 exacta box. Okay, and your pick, Vin?
3, 7, 8 box. Yeah, we'll go with the 3, 7, 8 box.
Okay, so we're pretty much on the same horses.
Yeah.
Okay, Vin.
Tony has the 6 win in place, 6 over to 1, 3, 8. The 6 who is Noble. Yeah. That's the horse that you don't know about. But Gaffleone, I love Tyler Gaffleone.
Oh yeah, and he's having a great meet at
Yeah.
Saratoga.
Really is doing very well there.
Charles B. Charles is a very solid player, and he comes in here, Vin. 5 win play show. Neither you or me are talking about the 5, and Vinny.
The 5.
Now he's going 4. He's king 4. What do you think about the
What
4?
makes you like that? I'm just curious. Oh, okay. One then 3, 7, 8 exacta box. That's you.
So Charles likes the 4.
The 4. The 4. You know what's funny, Al? Every time I picked up the 4, at the time I've changed the horse I lead. Every time I go, I see something different. The 4, Bear Oak. Well, Bear Oak, he won 24 days ago, but I just don't see him winning this race. I think that these horses are a bit better.
He has the good number. He has the
Yeah.
when he's run well on to Peter and Norm Cashy.
I think I agree with you with Catch That Party. I think it's just too slow. English
No,
Conqueror.
I can't go catch that party. No.
No, I agree with you there. And Noble is he ran at York, and he's changed his trainer. I think the 7's the 7's running very well at the moment, and the 8, 3 months ago, he's won under these conditions. The 8, and I just don't want to go off my. But the 3, I think the 3, he was under form at Woodbine, but I'm going to throw that race out.
All right.
So 3, 7, 8.
Okay. 3, 7, 8.
Yeah. Hey, Charles.
We're coming towards 6 minutes to post.
Mhm.
Noble number 6 on the board, 2-1. If you really want to play conservative, do you just like pound this to win? You're getting 2-1 right now, or do you? Number 6, Noble.
I think Noble's really getting bet first time over here, and there's someone likes him. It's 2-1, and they went off.
I don't think
7
he's
was
that
the morning
good.
line favorite. The 7
I don't
was.
think
I
he's
look
that
at that.
good.
I look at
What?
that, Al, a lot when the morning line favorite is getting outbet by an invader. I look at that. They're coming all the way here. I always look at that. But I do think the 7 will be the favorite at post time. What do you think?
7, James Eloise.
Yeah, I think he'll be the favorite by the post.
Well, by the Thorograph numbers, he fits. I mean,
Yeah. Well, how does the 8 look with the Thorographs?
Oh, tremendous. He has a pair of 4s, not the last race, but the 2 before.
Right.
And he stands out over the others.
Yeah, I thought so. So why do you think the odds are so high? If people use the Thorographs, and professional handicappers do, why do you think he's 11-1? If everyone sees what we do with these times, what are they?
Because they don't see the Thorograph.
Okay. They
don't see the numbers that we see.
So most people don't use the Thorograph, even professionals.
Oh, of course not. No.
Well, it gets expensive.
Well, yeah, it's $25 a car.
Imagine if you're playing every day, you're spending $150 on. It's a lot.
Yeah, you get what you pay for. You know what I mean, Vinny?
I agree totally. Yeah, Al, you're
just
right.
like you, and you're a great sports handicapper making picks, and you have inside information, and you make your selections. And you know,
Accordingly, yeah.
betting on baseball, football, etc. And you get what you pay for. You know, let's
Yeah,
put
I
it
agree
that
with that.
All right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna play right now. 3, 7, 8 box.
So you're big on that 8, huh? Cross
Yeah, I am.
border, 12 to
I am.
1. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, pound this one to show. And
Me too.
I don't want to do the exacta. I think it's kind of tricky for the win spot, but 8 certainly live, at a price to show.
I think so.
Cross border. Oh my God, yeah.
Absolutely. Al, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Okay, Vinny.
Bathroom break.
Okay. Hey, want to come on? All horse racing all the time. I'm your host, Al. I'll be right back. We're coming up to the big race, the Travers. You know, I've been back and forth today. I gave you a good show. I gave you a great show, actually, a Travers show today with uh, racing official John DaSilva, handicapper for the New York Post. Wrote that article for 19 years, and Sopranos actor Bobby Funaro, and we broke down every single one of these horses. And now we're coming up to this race. And then I had Brooklyn guy Vinny Bracco on. Uh, he came out here and listen to this. He gave a horse in the 5th race. He said, you can bet your mortgage on it. You can bet your house on it. Bet this horse to show. And I'm confident it's going to come in. And you know what? It paid about $8 to show, came in 3rd, and I bet it. And Vinny Bracco delivered the goods. He does it again and again. This guy knows his horse racing, and he came out here and he put his, reputation on the line. He goes, yeah, you can bet the mortgage on this horse. You can, bet the rent money. And you know what? $8 to show. Vinny Bracco did it. Okay, I'll be right back. Tony Vasilino, 5 Travers. Okay, this is a long time ago. Okay. Anyone here now? Irene, I'm torn between Mage and Scotland, but I think I have to go with Mage for the win bet. Irene, I think I have to go Mage. I couldn't leave Mage out of the win bet. We look at the Thurgraph sheets, and this is the only horse that threw 2 zeros out there, not 1, but 2, and none of the others have even a single one. Mage, if he runs straight, this is the fastest horse in the race. They just have to save ground, not go 3-4 wide. I don't think that's going to be a problem today. So I think Mage is the one to beat. Grandma Horse Racing, minus the sad news. I hope everyone is doing well. What the hell happened now? Sad news? Oh, God. I'm seeing Tyler on top of the 2 horses that got euthanized. I hate that. Grandma Horse Racing, and I want to thank you for the Super Chat channel donation. Thank you very much. My God, you're one of the good ones for horse racing out here. Irene, queen of the pick 5, Miss Fairgrounds. Okay. Archangelo 5-2, Forte 9-5. I'm almost tempted to jump all over Forte at 9-5. That would be the equivalent of. I can't do that. I think Mage is the horse at 4-1. And Scotland, number 7, currently 7-1. Oh, God. I had these guys on here, Bobby Funaro from the Sopranos and John DaSilva from the New York Post. We broke down the Travers, all the contenders, right? Horses 1-7 in order. And we did that this morning. We started at 10 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, we're out there, busting our asses and covering the horses. And so you may want to rewind this and go back to the beginning. God, 11 minutes to post for the Travers. I have to make my bet. I haven't made a bet yet. Do I just crush Mage? I think so. At this point, I think Mage is the play, and just bet this horse to win. At 4-1, you're getting a great price. I mean, if this horse just runs straight, it wins the race. You know, maybe a Mage Forte, bet both to win. And if you win with either of them, you're going to make money. I don't see Archangelo winning. I don't see Tapatrice winning. National Treasure, not really. Disarm, no. 7, maybe. You know, 147 box, maybe that can work. You know, I could see 147 box. I think so.